Okay, folks, welcome. I owe you guys an explanation, so I'm gonna go through some talking points, some ranting, and then we can kind of continue. I might have to repeat some of the stuff I mentioned if other people come on the stream, but for those who are watching, my mom passed away last week. I want to say last Saturday. So that kind of prevented the Sunday stream that would have happened, and I kind of wanted to give her some time, instead of going right back in the stream.
She said
Sunday. Sunday? I thought it was Saturday night. Either way, it was just last weekend that it happened. So I kind of wanted to give my wife some closure. I didn't want to stream during that time. I kind of wanted to support her. So I didn't stream then. And then also thought about whether or not I wanted to do all the wiring for this on live stream too as well. And good thing I didn't do it on the live because it was just a lot of complications with the wiring. It was a nightmare. So yeah, it's just a lot going on. Let me see if I can get this camera up real quick so I can talk with you guys first. So a lot of issue. Well, I wouldn't say a lot of issues, just a lot of difficulty wiring this stuff up. I honestly, at this point, I will probably never build another 2.4 just because the mechanics were easy in terms of the mechanical aspect of it, but the wire management, man, it is hard. It's actually much more harder to wire than my V1.8. The 1.8 was difficult in the mechanic apartment, in terms of putting it up together. It's a little bit more difficult, but in the wiring for the V1.8 is much easier. It's very simple. This is very complex just because just so much going on underneath the bottom of this. It looks like a rat nest, to be honest with you. I try my best to do the best wire management I could, so it does look decent in my opinion for my level of expertise in wiring. And I did my own custom wire, so it's not bad, but it doesn't look like some of the guys who have time to do, wire management. I don't have time for that. But it does work, you know what I'm saying? It does work. So I'm probably gonna flip this over so you guys can see my rat nest real quick, and then I'll flip it back over and we can continue. But before we do that, so everything is working. It's working perfectly fine. Run through a couple points with you guys what I face behind the scenes. So first thing, my spider board died. Don't ask me why. It's weird. I knew people were having issues online. Actually, you know what? Let me grab my apron, guys. It's so bad I'm not even wearing my apron. Like, my wife made this for me and I'm not even having it on. Hold on. Let me throw this on so I look professional over here. Can't be starting to stream without the proper equipment here. Let me throw this on real quick. Alright, now we're ready. So first, the spider board died. I was fearing that I was gonna have issue with mine because mine was like the first revision when I bought it. It was like a month before I bought mine, so mine was like the first set of boards that went out. Or I think the second or first wave is one of them. Got it with their 2209, the 5-set 2209s. Started it up, plugged everything. It started up, but the 3.3 volts wasn't lighting up from right out the rip. So I wasn't sure if that was an issue. But after going through Facebook, Discord to check what the issue was, my board died. So nothing was working, which kind of sucks because lucky thing I had fallback boards I could use in order to get this up and running. I was severely disappointed. So right now I'm using a SKR Pro 1.2 in conjunction with a SKR E3 Mini 1.2. So the SKR Pro is running all majority of the motors, so the A and B and the 4 Z drive, and then the extruder is on the Mini, on the E3 Mini. So also I'm glad I did it that way because that helped me figure out how to properly configure run 2 boards at the same time, which was I was trying to avoid running 2 boards, which is why I bought the Spider in the first place. But actually I'm glad it happened because this ended up being a good learning experience of how to run 2 MCU off 1 Raspberry Pi, which was pretty cool. So it's not difficult to set up at all. Actually went pretty easy. So that's what I have. So I'm gonna flip it over real quick so you guys can kind of see the rack nest underneath this machine. So it's on. So I'm just gonna carefully flip this over because it's really heavy. Like after loading everything in, it's the sucker is really heavy. So don't laugh, guys. Like don't laugh. I won't make it fall, but it's just awkward to lift. So I'll flip it over here so you guys can see. Very awkward to lift, but all right. So let's see if I can move you guys a little further down so you guys can see the rat's nest that I created. Alright, there we go. Okay, so as you can see, it's not bad. I mean, I'm pretty sure most people could wire this thing better than I did, but the main thing is that everything works. There's nothing like that is not crimped properly. I made sure everything was crimped properly. Everything was in place. The wire management could just be just a tad bit cleaner, but keep in mind, guys, I'm not that anal when it comes to wire management. As long as everything plugged in place and it looks good and things are not like causing an electrical outlet or causing an issue, I don't really care what it looked like. But so this is the E3 Mini that I'm using to run the extruder, and then these are the this is the SKR Pro. Now another problem I ran into while wiring up everything is the stepper drivers. So as you can see, all the 5/6 stepper driver absolutely caused massive issues for me. I'm not sure if it has to do with running 2 boards, but for some reason the 5/6 2209s 3.0, they don't work. I had nothing but issue with them. Every time you try to move a stepper driver, whether it's A or B or all of the 4 Z drives, it just error out. It completely error out every single time you try to move it. I was pulling my hair out last night, guys. Literally, I was getting pissed off. Like, I'm like, what the hell is going on? Every step of the way, there was an issue. Come to find out, luckily, I had some everyone's stepper driver. I don't know how you say their name, but it's spelled ERY1, basically. Everyone, I think you want to say. But I had some 2209s, so I pulled that from my switch wire and put it in here, and that fixed the problem. So I'm assuming the stepper driver is absolute trash. I'm not sure if that's the case, but if you guys are hearing me out, I wouldn't recommend buying your stepper driver at the moment because, again, for me, unless the problem was just with the SKR boards, it might not be compatible. But I couldn't even test it with their board because their board died. So I don't know if it's just a driver thing or I just gotta buy a batch of driver. But from my experience right now, their drivers are not good. So I will avoid 5/6 drivers and get the Victory Tech drivers or the M1 drivers. Those work really well for me at the moment. So I don't know. But outside of that, everything else worked. I haven't tested the SSR yet. I haven't heated up the bed yet. I haven't done a PDI tune yet. I was actually saving this for the stream. But I just wanted you guys to see what everything looked like. Everything is working. The only thing's not working right now, which I'm kind of bummed out about. I have some LED mounted on the on the tool head, and it looks really cool, but it's RGB LEDs. It's not the digital LEDs. So instead of using 3 pins, it's using 4 pins, and the FiSec board supported the 4 pins, but all of the big Tree Tech boards only support the digital RGB, which is the 3 pins. So there's no way to power it. So I bought this adapter. It's Bluetooth, but it's kind of corny to be able to change the light on my phone. Like, I really wanted to use the software and firmware to change the light, but it's kind of a bummer because, you know, I really wanted to use a FiSec board because it did support the RGB LED 12 volts, and but FiSec is sending me a brand new board. I'm probably not going to use it on this. I'm not going to pull this all down just to put the FiSec board in. So I'm just going to keep this as is and just probably use this to light up the hot end. But for right now, I'm not going to worry about the light. I can always do that later. So I just kind of wanted to give you guys the background detail here. So the wires ran, everything is ran, and it's working fine. So, you know, so that's it. So I'm going to flip it back over, and then we're just going to continue doing some tuning and some stuff like that today. So I'm going to go ahead and try to flip this sucker back over without looking completely pathetic here doing this. It's so awkward to turn. So let me see if I can grab this side and flip. Like I said, it's quite weighty. Alright, so see if I can get you guys a good view here. Alright, get you guys down here as well. There we go. Alright. Okay, so what we're gonna do right now is I haven't done a PDI tune yet, and I haven't done a bed PDI yet, so I don't even know if the bed is gonna work at all. So yeah, let's get into the rest of the stuff that we got to do today. But I hope that kind of catch you guys up on what's going on behind the scenes. Also, with the wire management, this is a little tip. So most people just run their wire within the drag train just bare. I don't like bare wires. I don't like the fact, because I'm using multicolor wires, right? And all you will see is a lot of color wires, and I think that will throw off the build. So what I did was, instead of using what's the word I'm looking for? Instead of using sleeving, I avoided sleeving completely, because remember the issue that I had with the 1.8, when I sleeved it, after a while the sleeve will get in the groove and crush the cable, and that will cause a lot of problems. So instead of sleeving it, I took some electrical tape and I wove the electrical tape all around the wire. So if you look, it's all thick electrical tape. And what that does is make the drag train very stiff, kind of give it some friction, you know, some resistance, so it doesn't fold on itself easily. And but it keeps the cables nice and clean and safe, and so there's no issue at all. You know what I'm saying? So so that the electrical tape work really well in this case of keeping the cables nice and tight. So no matter how much it goes back and forth, it won't crank. And it also helps to hide the cable colors as well too. So just want to point that out. All right, so let's get into configuring this thing. So let's ohm. I kind of sped up the ohming a little bit, so it's a little faster as it ohms.
Alright, so let's see what else I gotta do here real quick. I'll make this a little... I'll change the view so you guys can see it because I have different views. So... Alright, so I need to do some changes here. I got a lot of tweaking to do. Add a bed mesh, quad gantry level. I did speed. Did I do override speed here? Hold on, let me check my 1.8. No, I didn't. Okay. I was making sure that I didn't mess with anything. Alright, so let's do our PDI tune to get that out of the way, make sure the bed heats up and stuff. So I'm gonna go ahead and go to Clipper and copy all of this information. Now I have my fan set up, so as soon as the heater reach 50 degrees, the fan kicks in. The hot end fan kicks in, and the exhaust fan at the bottom kicks in as well. So as soon as it hits 50 degrees, it kicks in. So I'm gonna go ahead and type 250 because that's what I print ABS at. So there we go. Fan kicks in. So you guys should hear a hum from the fan. Okay, so right now we're just doing a PDI tune. So how you guys doing? If you guys can hear me, how you guys doing? Let me know you guys are there. Apologize for not having a stream on Sunday, guys. I wish I could, but like I said, the wife, mom passed away, so you know I can't just stream like that. I gotta make sure I support her, make sure she was okay. Plus, I also didn't want to do any of the wiring on stream just because I got to pay attention to the wiring, make sure I'm not messing up or anything like that. But outside of that, that's all I did. I just ran the wires and make sure everything is working. That's really it. Just got to make sure nothing shuts off. This is not the best heater fan that I use. I wish I could use something hotter, something that can push a lot more hair, but this is not bad, but it definitely is warm. It definitely is warm. So I wish I could have used a faster fan, but it's all good. I'm gonna be munching over here, guys, so don't mind me. They can see me because the camera's turned that way. Shit, I can't kind of see. Thank you. I'm sorry. So dinner is served, guys. So don't mind me. I'm gonna be munching on the stream here. But we're just waiting for this PDI tune to get done so we can do the bed PDI tune as well on the bed. And if you guys have any question in the process, let me know. I don't mind answering a couple questions you guys may have, especially if it's concerning Clipper or the difficulty of the build so far. Wow, those some big ridges. You should settle out though. It's overshooting a lot though. I'm usually I see this a lot when I'm doing a PDI tune where it overshoots, but when I actually run the actual, like when I'm doing a print, it doesn't do this. So I'm not sure if the big shoots are for a reason, but I'm not too concerned about it. Alright, so look like we're good here, so I'm just gonna hit save. Alright, there we go. Alright, now we're gonna start doing the bed. So we'll go ahead back and copy. Now, right now my bed is perfectly flat from what I'm seeing, because my when I did the QGL, it got into the tolerance I set. So I want to see if my bed warps. Actually, you know what? Let me do a bed leveling first. I just want to see it cold real quick. So let me do a QGL real quick just to see what my bed looks like. Gotta ohm first, of course. And then do a QGL here. I sped it up. It's like the travel movements is about 300 millimeters, so I wanted it to move fast. In this case, it can just move fast. There you go. It shouldn't be that much out of alignment because I did one today. Not sure if you guys can notice the Joker tool head. I tried to mimic the Joker theme with the tool head, so the tool head is like almost like Joker's face, with the green top, white top, with a little bit of red, purple bottom. So I was trying to mimic his the Joker look as good as I possibly can. But I'll fix the LED lights. There's some LED lights at the top here. When I tested it, it glowed really nice. All of here glowed really, really nicely. And hopefully I can get that going. But so it's not too far out of tolerance here. It's going to go for a little bit more. Oh, very important precautions for those who are watching. If you're planning to build a 2.4, make sure it's important that you do a stepper buzz on your Z drives, just to make sure that they're going in the same direction up and down. I wouldn't try to home until you make sure your Z drives are going in the same direction when you do a stepper buzz, because if not, you try to home, all of them is going to go in a different direction. You can break your gantry or damage something that way. So I recommend you do a stepper buzz, make sure everything is going in the right direction. Luckily, all of my end stop were already open, because I wired it up that way to make sure it was already open from the get-go. And all of my A and B drives were going in the right direction as well. So I never had to invert. The only thing I had to really mess with was the Z drive to make sure they're all going in the same direction. So you're going to have two Z drives going the opposite direction of each other to give it up and down movement, just so you know. Just wanted to point that information out for you guys. Wow, chat is pretty quiet. Hey, Conley, are you here, Conley? Victor, Robert, any one of you guys here? Alright, we're getting close to being within tolerance here. hopefully can get it under 15 tries. Sometimes it takes quicker than that, sometimes it takes a little longer. But keep in mind, my tolerance are pretty high here. It's set to 0.002. And that's to just have it as, that's to try to get it as flat as possible, get as level to the bed as possible. So it's just gonna go do it a couple of times here. Well, I was actually wobbling the table here. We're close. Hopefully it gets to a flat bed or match the tolerance before it times out. If not, I'm gonna have to run it again. I mean, it's well within range. Close, very close. Alright, so look guys, as you can see, it took about 14 out of 15 tries, but that's okay, because it hit a perfectly flat bed. So now what I'm going to do to see if my bed is actually flat, I'm going to do a quick bed leveling, quick mesh. Let me see how decent this mesh is. Just a 3x3 mesh. Just to see if it's actually decently flat. Probe is a little close at the back there. I might have to bring it up forward just a little bit. Okay, so it's not bad. It's weird, but it's not. I mean, it's not terrible, but we're gonna see what happens when it's heated up. But I do need to fix one thing first. I definitely got to fix this. So I'm gonna go in and fix this real quick. My mesh. So let's reduce this to about that's fine, 250. Let's reduce the Y a little bit here. We do 230 on the Y because it went all the way back. I don't want to go all the way back here, so I hit save for now. Alright, let's do a PDI tune on the bed. So alright, here goes. This I'll find out. This is when I find out if my SSR is gonna work. Let me actually look underneath here. Alright, SSR is on. And my bed is heating up. I'm using a 500 watt, 110 volts silicon heated bed I got from, I want to say King Gruen or something like that. It was a brand on Amazon. It's not Kinovo. but I've used it on my V1.8 and it works amazing. I'm using a 100-watt SSR. No, 100 amp. Sorry, not watt. 100 amp SSR. Now that is totally overkill for this. You don't need a 100 amp SSR, but I'm kind of compensating because I don't have a what do you call it now? There's a thing you install on your bed that if your bed goes over the temperature or if your SSR fails, it will kind of shut off power to the bed. A thermal fuse, yes. So I didn't install a thermal fuse on this. The bed is so nice, I didn't want to put a hole in it. So the 100 amp SSR is like compensation. Basically, this bed is barely pulling any power from that SSR, 100 amp. It's barely even utilizing 100 amps. So that should compensate from it failing. Now, I'm not saying that it can't fail, but so far on my V1.8, I'm running 100 amp with the same bed, and it's running fine. It's been running fine, no issue, no sweat. So I just did a 100 amp SSR to overcompensate for the fact that I don't want to install a thermal fuse on my bed. Now, don't follow me and do this because, you know, I'm dancing with the devil here. But, yeah. So, but 100 amp, way overkill. I doubt it's using more than 4 amps off that for 500 watt here. So, no more than 5 amp if that to power this bed. So, yeah, I just want to put that out there so you guys know. So it's slowly heating up. It says it hit 100 degrees, but the bed is not even close to being that hot yet. It's going to take a little bit for the bed to permeate. So but it is warm. It is hot. It is getting hot. So that's a very good sign. So my bed works. Yes. Now on the Voron manual, it says to mount the bed at 3 points. I like symmetry, so I didn't mount my bed at 3 points. I mounted my bed at all 4 points. It just seems more appropriate to do that. It just feels weird to mount your bed at 3 points in this setup. The 1.8 is a 3-point mount. That makes sense because of the way things are, the extra printed part you have to use for the front of the bed. But in this case, there's 4 points cut out, and I felt the need to use 4 points instead of 3. Now, hopefully it doesn't warp that much under heat, because anything, all metal is going to end up warping. So hopefully it's not too bad, and it doesn't cause too much of a bow to happen here. So, and also for the bed, I didn't install the thing that Nero did. I know Nero put this red paste, I'm not sure what kind of paste it is, but I'm pretty sure you guys know what I'm talking about. But instead of using that red paste, I use actually an insulator. So there's no heat, literally. I can put my hand underneath here, there's no heat going down on the bed because it's insulated. So I did that to keep the silicone heater pad from coming off the bed, for one, and also just keep the heat away from the bottom of the ACM panel. So all the heat is literally going up in the bed, which is where it's supposed to be. So I think that's a better thing to do than to just do the red thing and then have all the heat coming down, also hitting the ACM panel. So it seemed to work better that way. It's more efficient because it heats up your bed faster. It traps the heat underneath the bed instead of having the heat all over the place. So just a tip out there that I would like to share with you guys. That I just use the insulated foam pad things
to insulate the silicone heat pad. So
just want to throw that out there. Oh, that was fast. Look at that. That PDI tuned very quickly. Look at that. That was insanely quick. All right, so we're gonna hit save. All right, so PDI tune is done. I'm gonna home all. I'm gonna keep the bed hot just to do a Oh, whoa. That preset is way too high. Hold on. Let me set this. I need to edit that preset. Where are you? Alright, that's much better. So, let's do a quad gantry level again once more. And then we're going to do a bed leveling again to see what if our bed warped. Because right now it looks like this. And we did a cold mesh. So let's see what happens when we do another one while it's hot. Oh, I forgot to put that in my config. The lights are flickering, so let me grab this real quick. PMW cycle. And come on. So that setting will help my when my bed turns on, it will stop my bed and the lights from flickering. I'm not sure if you guys can detect it, but the lights are flickering because my bed is pulling that much power here. Alright, so it's doing much better now. Give you guys a front-on view without hitting the camera here. I mean, the deviation is not far off, though. I can say the deviation are pretty much in tolerance, which tells me that my bed is pretty decent. It's not a bad bed at all. If you look at the numbers between the corners, they're pretty spot on. They're not too far in the deviation. Almost there. Just observing, just from observation, I can observe QGL seem to take a little bit longer, a little bit more tries in order to hit the tolerance I set versus Z tilt. Z tilt seems a little bit more easier, not maybe because there's only 2 lead screws. But so far it seemed like Z tilt with 2 lead screws is a little bit more superior than quad gantry leveling, because like I said, it took about 11 tries of 15 in order to reach the tolerance I set. So the tolerance I set is 0.02, but it actually levels out really well. So that means if I'm hitting this all the time, that just only means my bed is pretty much decently flat. I'm not saying it's fully flat, but it's pretty much close to being flat, which is great. So let's run another bed leveling now and see if it looks better than this. So let's clear this, and we know what that looked like, and let's do a calibrate. Let me see the numbers. Not too bad. Not too bad. Not too bad. Not too bad at all. Okay, let's see what this looks like. Alright, so it actually improved a lot. So if you notice from the first bed, it actually was warped when it was cold, and it got hotter. And the adjustment I've made, it actually don't look too bad. We just got a little bow in the middle. But honestly, it's not terrible. It's flat enough to allow no major, no need for like a high resolution bed. Now I can increase the probing points on here, but all that's gonna do is pick up a lot more imperfections on the bed. I think 3x3 in this case works as intended. Just the corners are a little bit on the low side, but the center is just a bit bowed. And let's see the variance here. So we got from 0.2 at the highest to minus, okay, so it's like well within reason. Minus 0.2 at the lowest, minus 0.2 at the highest. You're talking about like like 0.01 millimeter you're talking about in terms of difference, or 0.2. Like, it's not major. So this is not bad at all. So I'm okay with this. It could be worse. It could definitely be worse, but it's not bad. I'm satisfied with that. And so let's zero out the bed. What else we need to do? We need to do some we need to calibrate our extruder, because I want to do a first print. So I'm gonna set this for 0 for now and then start mounting some stuff. But the hard part is kind of done right now, so there's not much to do other than calibrating the extruder. So let me see. Can you see it? Are they chatting? Oh, I can't see chat. Hold on. Hold on. I was wondering why nobody's chatting. Hold on. Hold on, guys. Apparently I can't see chat. I am not sure what happened to my chat. Hold on. So if you guys... Oh, now I see chat. Sorry, guys. Oh my God, I missed everything. I wasn't seeing chat earlier. Hold on. All right. Hey, G Money, welcome. Crafty, welcome. Vision, welcome. Condi, welcome. William, Greg. Yes. Sorry, guys. I literally didn't see chat at all. Like, my wife came in and told me to. Told me to refresh the screen, and all of a sudden everything pop up. So my bad, guys. My bad. I was wondering why nobody was talking. So sorry about that, guys. So let me see if I can catch up here. Hey, Robert. Welcome, buddy. Let me see if I can answer some of you guys' questions. Hold on. Let me catch up here. So many wires, everyone. 2209. Cam running 5 sec drivers. V2 seem to be good. I did the scrub pins like suggested. Okay. Oh, great. All right. So I didn't. To answer your question, Greg, I didn't scrub the pins on my board. You know, I should have, but I just figured that, you know, it would have worked out the box. But it's all good. I got a new one coming. I'm a bit disappointed about it, but it's all good, man. It's no big deal. Let me see. I'm tuning for G Funny. Yes, I'm tuning for 250C and 110C on the bed. That's usually my print temperature. It works good for me for all of the ABS filaments so far, so I usually just try to stick with that. Thermal fuse. Okay, good. I'm catching up with chat. Oh my goodness, it's crazy. So as far as Vision Overlord, the thermal fuse is for, so you put it on your bed if you're running an SSR, and it's a safety measure for, you know, let's say your SSR failed, it will cut off, you know, I guess apparently SSR fails open. I'm not sure about that. I never tested it. But if an SSR fail, it will fail open, and what will happen, it will just keep heating up your bed. So the thermal fuse is if your bed reach, depending on the spec of the thermal fuse, if it reaches above 130 degrees, the thermal fuse will pop and then cut off power to your bed. So that was the purpose of it. However, I just didn't want to have to wait till AliExpress to install that, because I don't want to drill an additional hole into my bed. So I ordered a 100 amp SSR, which is totally overkill and unnecessary. But that's my compensation to say it's not gonna, if I so what my thinking here is, if I ordered, like, let's say a 25 amp SSR, even though the bed is still not gonna pull 25 amp, I didn't want to buy it so cheap and cause an issue. So I bought a pricey 100 amp SSR, so I know it's gonna work, and that's to just overcompensate for the fact that I didn't want a thermal fuse on my bed. That's all that is. So that worked out for me, and it's been working good, so I have no complaints on that. So, but hopefully that catch up with everybody. I'm glad she came in. Thanks. Sorry, guys. I really apologize about that. I was wondering why I wasn't seeing chat. I was just really wondering why I wasn't seeing chat, and refreshed it and it popped up. So that's crazy. I don't know why it didn't work the first time. Yeah, now I'm seeing chat. Okay. All right, so let's continue here. I need to do... Yeah, I need to do my extruder stuff. So, I know I'm gonna try rotation distance this time. I never did rotation distance. I usually calculate all my stuff. But in this case, I'm just gonna go ahead and get out of my comfort zone and actually look up rotation distance on here. And see if I can actually so if I'm using the BMG gears, right, I'm pretty sure I can copy says so the 5-to-1 planet gears, I'm more accurate configure. So if I put this here, alright, I'm gonna save and restart this and then see what happens. Okay, I'm gonna ohm. Okay. Alright, let me get some filament. I'm just gonna test with PETG. I want to say, I'm pretty sure you're probably saying 7 AI, but to answer your question, you should be able to connect through wireless. If you're using, I'm assuming you're probably using like a Pi 4. You should be able to connect as long as you put your Wi-Fi information into the configuration, and then select your appropriate country. So it defaults as, I think, England. If you're in Europe, but yeah, you should select your country, whatever is in your region, whatever region you're in. You untag that, remove the hash marks from that, and it should connect. I will log into your if you have a wireless router, you have access to a wireless router, log into that and see if you can pop it if it populates underneath your connected devices. That's the best way to see if your Wi-Fi works. But as long as you put your correct information in, you remove all of the hash marks away to activate it, and then set your country that you're living in, it should connect that way. So I'll just check that over again just to make sure you did all of that. But there shouldn't be any restrictions. There shouldn't be any restrictions to stop you from connecting through Wi-Fi. Hopefully that answered your question. So I got some PTG here I'm gonna hook up and get around. We're gonna do some tuning tonight live. So I'll be streaming for a while. So let me hook up my make sure I have some M510s around here. Or it could be longer. Yep, it's longer, so no, it's M5 something. it either. I know it's M5 10 millimeters or something like that. Or probably 20 millimeters. Kind of pushing all the way there. You can see that. It's kind of pushing it a little bit. Nope, that won't work. The M5 60 millimeter screws. Yeah, there we go. Also have some screws over here too. I apologize, guys. I have screws everywhere. I have like tons of screws that I took out, and I have other screws to use, but I want to use a particular screw, and it's pretty short strapping somewhere here. My rack's mess of screws and tools. Oop. I want that to happen now. Okay, I'm just gonna have to use this thing. So I will be doing a little video. I'm gonna continue my series of those little clipper videos of clipper feature, and I'm so happy I discovered and figured out how to install multiple MCUs to one Pi. I think that's gonna open up a lot for a lot of people. So basically what I'm saying is you don't have to have two SKR 1.4 turbo. You don't have to have nothing like that. You can use any combination of boards to work. Any combination of boards. And I'm so happy. Now, of course, with the SKR, the Big Tree Tech Octopus and the FiSec Spider, that's to eliminate the need for multiple MCUs. But honestly, if you can rock multiple MCUs, do it. Like rocking like 2 E3 minis for cheap, and you don't have to worry about having additional stepper driver. Rocking 2 of the stock Creality board, the 4.7. Like you can use this to run a 2.4. So honestly, guys, if you can rock any one of those boards or smaller boards, you save a lot of money that way. Yeah, I got it. It's actually M516 G money. That works. So I'm gonna screw it up right now. If I can find my screw that made a mess here. There we go. Wrong size. Need M5s. M5. This is a temporary mount location. It's not going to stay here permanently. I just wanted to do to run some filament so I can do some tuning. And once that's done, then I can kind of print out the rest of the stuff to mount the panels. So I just kind of want to get the hard part out of the way, is tuning. There's another piece of... Should have some PTFE somewhere around here. PTFE too. I have so much crap on my desk here. And no matter how much I try to keep it organized, like, you know, as a guys, we just end up tossing stuff all over the place. Sure, I can find a piece of PTFE tube somewhere around here. Just a sticker. Look in this drawer. Okay, clear, no, none over there. Oh, there we go, find it. We'll cut a little piece, stuff it in there. That'll be plenty enough. And then cut a little piece here. Probably about. Don't cut it this way, guys, because it will crush the PTFE tube. I'm just being lazy and not cutting it the right way, so it's all good though. So, stick this in here as far as we can. Fold that in. There we go. Nice and flush in there. Take this. Trying to get my finger in the fan here. There we go. That's as far as it's gonna let me go, but that's okay. All right. Man, I love my wife. My wife stay promoting me. That's why I love her. I love her a lot. All right. All right, so let's see. Let me grab it. This is some JOPTFE, JOPETG. I really like their filament. So now, here comes the fun part. Now we got to tune to make sure we're getting 100 millimeters. Usually I'll calculate this process, but I'm not. I'm just going to use rotation distance and see if I can cheat a little bit. since that's a new way Clipper has been pushing people to do. So let's see. So if we go, I really like the way this is set up currently, because as soon as the hot end goes below 50 degrees, the fan shuts off, and I really like that. It just keeps everything nice and quiet. Move was up. You know what? Let me move it 10 first. Make sure I'm going the right direction. Oh, we are. Let's move this up 100 here. Oh, we gotta watch out for this. I'm gonna have to be careful of this because I don't want to hit the drag chain and disconnect. So I gotta be careful of that. All right. So, gotta make sure extruder is going the right way. So I'm just gonna do let's do 50. Hopefully it's extruding the right way. I didn't even check to make sure we're going the right direction. So see what happened. Of course we are going the wrong way. Yep. It'd be like me to go the wrong way. So now we gotta invert it. Easy to do. Where are we? Where are we? Extruder. So just got to remove this. Save and restart. All right, let's do. Oh, we got to increase that too, don't it? Yeah, there's so much stuff I forget to do, man. We got to put copy and paste from here. See what? All right, so this guy's here. This is your friend. If you can't extrude more than 100mm filament, make sure you copy this here where it says max extrude distance only. This is when you're running a Bowden setup and you want to extrude like the length of your Bowden tube. This is where you'll put this there to allow you to extrude more filaments. You just got to be careful because you don't want to set it too much and extrude a whole ton. So I'm going to go ahead and copy this. And underneath extruder, I'm going to paste it somewhere here. And save and restart. And this is why I love Clipper, man. It's so easy to make changes. So easy. Alright. So easy to make changes. So set that back to 250. And so go to 100. And let me measure. Let me take my
We need a 100mm filament. Now, you don't have to do it this way. I know Nero suggests you don't do it this way. Like you need to definitely not have everything connected. But let's be honest, man. When we're putting printers together, we want the hot end and everything connected. So, you know, it is what it is. Just try to get to 100 as best as you can. I'm so anal, I gotta land on 100 exactly. Come on, come on. I had it. This is gonna bother me if I don't hit 100, man. It's like my OCD kicks in when I'm messing with this thing. There we go. So as you can see, 100 on the dot. 100 on the dot. Make sure you guys can see. 100 on the dot. Alright, so we're going to measure from top of this tube here. Get our marker. Hold on. Alright. So I got my dot. Now I'm going to extrude 100 and see what happens. We're extruding. And that was way past 100. We over extruded here, so I'm guessing we got to reduce it. So we over extruded by how much? Alright, that was 100 and we over extruded by I have to try to get it like this. So I want to just call it 8mm, to be honest with you. I love to round my numbers up. So yeah, we over extruded by 8mm. So now we're gonna have to figure out the calculation here. So we gotta go back here, rotation distance, and when we can set to rotation distance, represent the distance, move back. For example, using rotation only. It's possible to determine the gear by Okay, so now we need to calculate. So make sure the filament out in is appropriate. Extrusion from actual mark the distance, initial mark. 50mm filament followed by I did 100, but it doesn't matter. Requested distance. Wait for the. Use the digital camera to measure the new distance extruder. Note the subsequent mark. Then calculate the actual. Okay, calculate actual distance, which is. What was the actual distance? We say 1 over 8, so that would be 108. Okay, so 108
initial distance minus the subsequent mark distance. Calculate distance as rotation distance, previous distance times the actual distance. Okay, so now this is where the calculation comes in. I'm not good at math, guys, so don't judge me. Let me calculate this. So the actual distance so rotation distance is equal to the previous Alright, so the rotation distance is so 100 times 108 maybe. Oh, I see. Okay, so I got it now. So the rotation distance itself, which is, I kind of understand now. So it was 33.500, right? And then it says time the actual extruded distance. So times this by the 108. Oh crap. 33.500 times 108. And then divide this by the requested distance of, okay, round the new distance up 3 decimal. I mean, all right, let's try this because that's what it says. I'm gonna try that. If the actual extruded distance differ from the requested distance by more than 2 millimeters, then it is a good idea to perform the steps above again. Okay, so let me go back here. I mean, so wait, if I over extruded here, shouldn't I go lower? That makes no sense to me. I miscalculated right. I over extruded, so that means, see, this is why I didn't want to do rotation distance. It's so confusing. Okay, so don't judge, guys. I'm doing this real time for you guys to figure it out. Because I like it the other way. I like the step per millimeter. It's just easier for me. This one is just so confusing. Let me see something. Previous rotation distance times the actual distance, which is 108, divided by the requested distance. It's just so weird. I'm gonna just try what I got, and then if it doesn't work, then I'll go back to my regular stuff. So that's what I got. So let's see what happens. Alright, let's go mark it again. I hope my chat's working because it hasn't moved since. So let me make sure you guys are not talking and I don't even see it. Okay, good. 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 Alright. Come on. There we go. Marker. Nice. Okay. Alright, let's do it now. So, a little bit there. Huh? Why is it skipping? Hold on. I mean, I got 100, but it's skipping. Yeah, hold on. Should you? I guess you could get me Blizzard and put it up. Yeah, sure. It's skipping, guys. Maybe turn down the feed rate a little bit, but that's like the lowest feed rate. It shouldn't have skipped, right? There shouldn't be no skipping. Let me just lower the feed rate just a little bit. There should be no skipping just whatsoever. Let's do this again. I feel like it, even though I got 100, I feel like I'm doing something wrong here. Well, let me calculate one more time. Come on, give yourself. Stay put. A little bit of mark on the top there. I hope I don't leave permanent mark on there, but alright, let's try again. So extrude. I lowered the feed rate just a little bit because it was apparently it was too fast, but let's see what happens. Oh, I got 100 though. So that, I guess the calculation was right, guys. So I calculated it right. So the answer is, that's the correct answer. So it is 36.18. That's the correct feed rate. What I'm probably just gonna do, I'm just gonna round it up and just put 36 because I'm pretty sure I'm just gonna round it up to 36.000. But I got 100. So just gonna call this like that for the sake of making it easy. All right, cool. So the next thing we got to do now is we're gonna clean our nozzle, and we're gonna do a Z. Let it cool down a little bit so that way we don't have any garbage sticking out the end of the nozzle. But then we're gonna do a Z end stop calibrate so we can get an offset for the bed. And in the meantime, I'm gonna go ahead and start installing stuff to do my my input shaper stuff. Now the way I do input shaper, I don't longer even print. I know usually you do input shaper, then you do a little print to see what your max print is. I stopped doing that. I don't care. I just do my input shaper, use the suggested parameter of input shaper, and tweak it from there. So I'll keep tweaking until, you know, I get a acceptable result. So like I said, tonight is tuning night, and I'll be streaming for a little bit. So hopefully you guys are there to see the whole thing. Still got some driblets. Yeah, we still got some driblets coming out the nozzle here. Yeah, we're going for fast printing out the grip, guys. We're going for fast printing right out the gate. But before we do all of that, we gotta do pressure advance, of course. So that looks good. No more driblets out the end. All right. Hey Dippy, that's a good question. I think so. Let me verify. Cause the way I did it, you know what? And I could have easily did this. Look, I could easily just copy this. This is from my. I could have just easily copied this, honestly. I feel like to do it this way, honestly. I just feel like it's easier than to mess with this. You're making me question now, Dippy. Make me question whether or not the gear ratio is right. Because the gear ratio here, so if I come here at Clipper, down here Clipper said, on Clipper's site, it says, when gear ratio is set, the rotation distance represents the distance axis move with one full rotation of the final gear on the gearbox. So it says, for example, one is using a gearbox with 5.1 ratio, then one could calculate the rotation distance with a knowledge of hardware and add gear that, okay. So honestly, the gear ratio is optional. I just did that because I wanted to try the automated, calculated way of doing this. Personally, I still prefer steps per millimeters or millimeter per step calculation. That seems much easier. I really don't like this gear ratio thing. It's very tricky and funny. But it says, right here is where I got it from. It says, the common BMG extruded gears are an example of this. They are advertised as 3.1, which they are, but actually uses 5.17 gear ratio. So that's what I copied this from, because it's advertised as the gear ratio in Clipper. So it could be an issue. But I'm probably just gonna do it the way I know best. So to save myself the headache, I'm copying this. I'm cheating, guys. I am absolutely cheating today. I'm gonna copy this. And to verify it works, I'm gonna go ahead and I'm gonna remove this, the gear ratio stuff, and I'm gonna put rotation distance as that. I'm gonna try this and see if this works. Because honestly, I hate the way the gear ratio and all that stuff works. I prefer the old method. It just works for me every single time. Alright, so let's heat this back up. See what you made me did, Dippy? You made me question. You made me question it for a second there, but I appreciate the questioning, because that would probably save me a lot of headache in the long run. I would hate for it to be clicking while it's extruding and running into issue. So I'm going to stick with the tried and true method. Weird hell. Come on. Alright, that's 100. Let's do this again. Let's extrude. It's at 5. It's doing much better. It's not clicking anymore. I'm short, okay? So now I'm short. I'm probably short 8 millimeters. Done it the opposite way. Bet you 100%. I'm probably short 8 millimeters. Yep, opposite. So now I extruded 8 millimeters less. That's funny. Alright, 8 millimeters less I extruded. Okay. So now I gotta calculate that. So how did I calculate again? So go back here. Let's go back up at the top. Full step versus not micro steps, that da 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 da. If you have, okay, I know all of that. Okay, so same thing I did. Same thing I did. So it'll be so it'll be 92. So we have rotation distance of where is it? 7.37. So 7.37. Okay. The previous distance was times the actual distance. So times 92 divided by 100. Ah, there you go. I'm just gonna run it up here. This is why I like this. This is so much better. Look at that, was easy to calculate. So much better. All right. So now with the software restart, save, connect. Set 100 here. Then one more time.
That should be it. Now, I'm sorry guys, this shouldn't be typically difficult to calculate, you know, but you do want to make sure that you calculate with as best precision as possible, because remember, you're pushing filament. You don't want to over extrude and you don't want to under extrude either. So you kind of want it as precise as possible as you can get it. And this is why my prints come out so well, and I don't have to necessarily reduce the flow in Cura all that much. So the more you can kind of tune this precisely, the better it is. So yeah, this part takes a little bit of time, but this one should be it though. Come on, give me 100. There we go. Shift it on me. Come on. Do you guys have trouble setting these things to a precise number? These calipers? I can't be the only one having issue when I want to hit a even number like 100. To get it even, you gotta like play with a little wheel. You know, it's so annoying. But it messes with my OCD. Sometimes I hit it, sometimes it takes a little bit of try to get it, but it does mess with me, man. Come on. I guess I'm gonna go, yeah, there we go. Alright. Alright, there we go.
Extrude.
It's clicking. Why did it do that? Okay, I'm pretty sure you guys heard that clicking. Let's try it again. I don't know why it clicked just now.
It wasn't even going so fast, but why did it click? I gotta measure back out again, but it clicked.
We're skipping. I tried one more time, but it shouldn't have skipped at 5mm feed rate. Like that's. Lower the tension just a little bit. It's flowing a little too fast though. I mean, I got 100, but it's skipping. I'm not sure why.
It's skipping a bit. Let me see. Let me increase the motor. Usually skipping means there's resistance, and I don't know why. Why would there be a resistance? Let me increase this to 6. Not is gonna do much, but I'm just gonna extrude without measuring right now. I just want to make sure it doesn't skip because it's a little concerning for it to be skipping. Okay, didn't skip that time, so maybe I didn't give the motor enough torque, enough voltage here. So the extra 0.50 millivolts I put on here worked. So let's do it again. See, sometimes you troubleshoot on the fly. Sometimes it's not just the gear, just troubleshoot on the fly. Could just see that it was not enough power for the pancake stepper, but these pancake stepper 2 don't like a lot of power either because they get warm really fast, especially when you're running them in a closed chamber. They can get pretty toasty, so I didn't want to increase the power on it too much to cause an issue. Okay. Hey Victor, what's up, buddy? Alright, extrude. There we go. No skipping. It's going pretty good. 100 on the dot. We're good. We're solid. We're set. We're good, boys. And no skipping. Alright. So the problem with the skipping, what we had just now, glad I'm doing this live so you guys can see real-time troubleshooting, was the skipping was caused because I didn't put enough voltage on the pancake stepper. It was skipping because it was undervolted a little bit. Some pancake steppers can, it's weird because it's the same brand, it's all stepper online motors, but the pancake stepper on my on my 1.8 took less, so it took 550 millivolts, whereas this takes 600. So it could just be resistance from within the line, it could come from anywhere, but just bumping up the voltage a little bit helped it from stopping from skipping. So just, you know, real-time troubleshoot there. All right, now we're done with that. Now we got to do pressure advance. So before we do that, we're gonna have to let this nozzle cool down and go ahead and do our Z probe offset, and not Z probe, but our end stop calibrate, so we can calibrate our end stop. So I'm gonna let this nozzle cool down a little bit. I'm just moving all of the PETG gunk underneath the nozzle so it doesn't throw off my numbers. Yeah, I did loosen up, William. I went ahead and loosened up the tensioner just a little bit. Just loosen the tensioner just a little bit and increase the voltage a little bit, and that fixed it. So it could just be because I overtimed the tensioner on there too. So, but it seemed to work. Come on, turn off. There we go. I was wondering why it wasn't stopping. Turn on my fan to help cool it down faster. This is one of the best fan mod that I ever decided to do. I do recommend you guys, anybody building a Voron, whether that's a switch wire, apart from the V0, you definitely need this mod. The 1550 mod, the ABBN mod is the best mod I've had so far. It pushes out quite a bit of air, especially when you're printing PLA. Of course, I won't be printing PLA with this machine ever. It's just going to be straight ABS. But it's great, man. It pushes out a lot of air. Help to cool down this nozzle a little faster here. Alright. All right, let's get some stuff going so we can do that Z probe offset here. So let me go to my excuse me, guys. Where are you? There we go. Oh, Dippy, I've tried Clipper Screen before. It's pretty cool. I just I don't know. I just went stock build with this. Clipper Screen is really nice. If any mod I'll do what I did with my with my Tronxy and my Legacy. I'm just gonna buy a tablet and just use the web interface from Fluid. That looks really nice too as well. You can see everything and all that stuff too. That's if I decide to do that later. But now I just kind of ran the stock screen because I bought it, so I'm just using stock everything for now. But yeah, Clipper Screen is nice. Clipper Screen is really nice. What I'm looking for? No. Z Probe Calibrate. Did I pass it? Am I at the right place? It says Z Probe Calibrate. I'm pretty sure. There we go. So manual Z Probe and stop calibrate. This is what I'm looking for. So I'm gonna copy that. I should set this as a macro. I'm pretty sure I should have just did all of that, but I'm so lazy right now. But I'm pretty sure I can put that as a preset. Right? Can I add it as a preset? Can I? Yes, I can. Alright, so you know what? I'm not gonna do that. I'm gonna put a Z offset because that's what I'm essentially doing. Okay, so now we can go. It's cool down just enough, so I'm gonna home all. I'm gonna run a QGL and then you do it. Now, I'm running a QGL first so that way I can get my bed trimmed out flat. And then once that's done, then I'll go ahead and do a Z Probe Calibrate here. Go ahead and run the QGL real quick. Jeez, good thing the spool didn't fall off. Uh-oh. I'm pretty sure I told you guys. I think I talked to what? G Money. Yeah, so my next project after this, it's gonna take a little bit though. I won't do it right away. It's gonna take a little bit to get all the resources, and I gotta watch my budget. But the next printer that I want to close out the year with is maybe in a month or two I build it. But I want to make a Onyx Engineering K3. That's my goal, is to build an Onyx Engineering K3. I want it to be daily printing on at least 20,000 K acceleration, 25 on a daily. That thing is a beast, and that will be one of the last printers I build for a while. So that's gonna take some time to kind of acquire some of the parts. So my birthday's coming up, so hopefully people can fund me on my birthday here to give me some money, and I can start acquiring some parts for that. But yeah, that will be one of the final build for this year to close out this year. I think that's gonna be fun. So look out for that. I like the printer cable chain, but kindly honestly, I was being lazy, man. Like the printer cable chain would have been nice, but I just went the lazy route and just bought cable chain, just because. But a printer cable chain to match the whole theme of the build would have been sweet. Who knows? I might update it eventually and do that. Rat rig, Dippy. I do like the rat rig. Aesthetics for me, because I like printer with aesthetics. Now don't get me wrong, the Onyx K3 aesthetic wise is not there. It's not a Voron for sure. It's like aesthetic. It's not for aesthetics, but it's for just sheer speed for me. And it is the only machine that is small enough that allow for that kind of speed. 4 motors, 2 on X, 2 on Y, insane speed. The rat rig I do like. Nothing, I like the build size on the rat rig. I like the fact that it has triple Z set up. Really cool. I just don't know if it's. I don't know about the rat rig. Like, I'm torn because I'm in a Facebook group and I see it all the time, and I'm looking at it, but I'm like, I don't know, man. I mean, I've seen people print fast with it, but it's not the fastest printer out there, though, for sure. Like, the fastest printer are the Onyx series. The K3, the K2 series, those printers are really fast. So when it comes to like fast printer, I mean, other than VZ Bot and his one-off monstrosity that he has, which is freaking cool, is one-off monstrosity that is a beast. But outside of just his printer that he modded, the fastest printer I'm seeing is the K3 Annex, like the K3 engineering group. Their printers are beasts. So next along to the Voron. Vorons I like because of the aesthetics. The aesthetics on a Voron is really appealing, really clean design. So I really like the aesthetics on the Voron. But print speed is decent. 8K, 10K depending on how you tune it. It's not bad. But in terms of sheer raw speed, the Onyx engineering printers are faster, for sure. And just because of the kinematics, it's running two motor on the X, 2 motor on the Y. You double your torque, you're doubling everything right there. And I think it's courtesan style kind of printhead. It's very weird how the printhead moves, but It's yeah, the NX K3 and the NX engineering stuff are pretty quick. If you look at all their speed bench rate, they're the one that started the speed bench race thing. And if you look at all their printers eviscerate anything on the market in terms of custom do it yourself. So like I said, but I like the Vorons because the Vorons are very nice. Their aesthetics, they're like, I look at them like I look at Voron like the Apple of the Apple world of printers, just because of just how they look, how you put them together. Very nice, and they print decently fast. You know, and they're very reliable too. But yeah, so you know, to each their own. But the Rat Rig is nice. Don't get me wrong. Rat Rig's a really nice printer too. Really nice design. I'm just looking for something different. And the Rat Rig, while it has a triple Z axis and stuff, it's not as different. You know what I'm saying? But the Annex Engineering K3 printers are definitely different. Nobody's doing what they're doing. Very unique. Very interesting design. So this is what's really pushing me to build one. All right, it's doing its thing. Let's see where it's at. Oh God, it's gonna fail. Hopefully not, but it's probe 14 out of 15 tries. It might fail if you don't get it on this one. Took a whole 15 tries just to get it flat. Oh, it did it on 15. It took a while. See, that's what I'm talking about, guys. If I was doing Z tilt, like, you know, your regular side to side Z tilt, it would have been done already. It wouldn't have took about 15 tries to do. But for some reason, the quad gantry leveling, while it's very accurate, it takes a long time. It takes a lot more tries to get it to the point where I set it. Now, if I set it to like 0.01, it would have gotten already. It would have gotten it ready. But I want my bed, I want it to be as flat as possible to the contour of my bed. So I set 0.002 to try to make it get to 0.000, basically, make it as flat as possible. So because of that, you have to increase the retries. Because if I do, let's say if I did 5 retries, it would have failed. It would have never got there. So you have to increase the retry count for it to reach that point that you set. So I would say that's the only trade-off I'm seeing. Z tilt is a bit faster than QGL, from what I'm noticing. But all right, so let's put this in the center of the bed as best we can here. Oh, I shifted the camera. Sorry, guys. Sorry, my bad. Just noticed. There we go. All right, so let's get it in the center. Move it back. So I'm trying to base my probe calibrate off the center of the bed. You always want to put this in the center of the bed when you're doing your Z offset. You always want to do that because that's what it's going to be based on. And that way you can get you can make sure you get a nice even layer there when you put your first layer down. So I'm checking, make sure that looks centered. So I'm going to get a piece of paper. Okay, we're gonna do, all right, so test Z equals -1. I'm gonna do 1 millimeter at a time, get it down as far as I possibly can. Okay, now we're gonna go 0.1 millimeters onto here. It's rubbing just a little bit, like a tiny bit. Oh, that's tight. Okay, that's a little too tight. So now we gotta back up a little bit. Let's do 0.2. Still tight. Nope. That feels about right. Yeah, I'll work with that. I can always baby step and adjust it when I start a print. So I'm gonna hit accept. So that's my end stop there. Save. I don't know. Well, there's a macro for Z offset. So when you're printing, for example, when you're printing, you can baby step down. You can use this here. So if you can see right here, when you're starting to print, you can do this to kind of baby step your Z. So if it's a little too high while you're printing, you can baby step it down. If it's too low, you can baby step it up. And then you can take the difference and calculate that and add into your configuration. But as far as a macro to do the Z probe, the Z end stop calibrate, no, you'd have to just do the what I just did. You'd have to type the thing in and then keep moving up and down until you get it. Like, that's just how it works. Now there probably is a macro, but I've never seen anyone done it that way, you know. So this part is pretty much straightforward, honestly. So let's go in my config. So when you do those macros, right, it doesn't save here. Basically, so what it did, it actually hashtag out your position end stop and put it down here. See where it puts it? It puts it right here. Now, I can leave it there, or I can copy this and bring it back up here and place it right here. So if I wanted to, I could just remove the hashtag from here and put the 580 right here, and I'm good to go if I wanted to. What I usually do is just leave it alone, start a print, see if I need to baby step up or down. Once I find the right squish, I take that number that displays on the main page and calculate it. So if it's a positive number, you take away from the number inside. Okay, so that means if you're moving up, you take away from the number that's already there. If you're moving down, you add to the number that's already in there. It's backwards. It's weird, but that's how Clipper works. So if you're too squish and you move your baby stepping up, then you need to take away from the number in the config. Okay, so you remove the difference. You take away. If you're too high and you move it down into the negatives, then you add to that number in the config. That's how I understand it, and that's how it works. So if you ask me how they do it that way, I have no idea. I couldn't get into the theory of how they do it, but that's how it works. So, all right. So yes, there's a save option command. I just hit it when I was doing it just now, Conley. I just hit the save option command, so it is saved. But if you're talking about when you're doing a live baby stepping of the Z, there is a save button when you mess with it, but I don't trust it to put the number in for myself, honestly. I never tried it, but because I've always done it myself, I'd rather just do the calculation out of my head or off the calculator and then put it in. Now you can save it and see if that works, but I typically don't trust the save option, you know. I just put it in myself because I know it's there. Alright, so now we gotta start doing some pressure advanced prints. So now that everything is pretty much corpus set, let me see if I have pressure advance in here added. Under my extruder. No, so I need to copy this. So I'm copying this. And I'm gonna paste. Let's paste it right underneath here. So we're gonna set this to 0 because we don't know what our pressure advance number is, but everything else is fine. And save, restart. All right, cool. All right, so now we got to print something. So I want to change some other things in the settings while I'm at this real quick. Honestly, Victor, Clipper is not hard. What the trouble for a lot of people with Clipper is the pins. As long as you understand what it's doing with the pins, it's easy. Like, so the installation part of Clipper is easy. Like, once you install the software, you know, before it was harder. Back in, like, I want to say a year ago, it was harder to install Clipper because most people use Octoprint as the interface to run Clipper. And yes, even though I did figure it out then, using Mainsail or Fluid, which I prefer Fluid these days. I like Fluid interface a little bit better. It's more tablet friendly, phone friendly. But using Fluid makes installing Clipper easy. So the installation part is easy. What people are running into now is how to configure Clipper, which is why I'm making these little small videos to help people add features in. But honestly, if I should give you guys a rundown, I know I'm gonna beat the dead horse here, but I just kind of want you guys, you know, while I'm here live, I can kind of like guide a few people who don't understand. All of these here, these are all pins, okay? So it corresponds with this. Let me launch up my thing real quick here. Let me get my SKR board pin out. So all of this correspond with this. So see these pins? Let me make it large so you guys can see. And I'm going to drag this out a little bit so you guys can kind of understand. So I'm going to be playing with the screen a little bit. Forgive me. Okay. You know what? Let me go for a different view. Let me go to a different view because I have a different view. Hold on. Let me go to a different view. There we go. Much better. Let me lower this a little bit. Okay, so all that pin, all you're seeing here, so what you're seeing here, so all of this right here, your stepper X, can you see that on the screen? There we go. So all of this right here, right? These are your pins where it says stepper X. This is your step pin, direction pin, enable pin, micro step. These are just like features, okay? These parts, these are just features about your printer. These are what you're concerned about. These are what makes everything work. These are your pin from your board, okay? So if I go here, so it says step pin P2P. If I come here, this is my SKR Pro board. Let me go right here. Sorry. So here you can see all the pins for the board. So if I look at stepper X, right? You see where it says pin here? Where it says, see? Pin F2, pin F9, step pin. These are what it's corresponding to your board. All of these pins are what is being corresponded into your board. Okay, so once you understand the layout of your board and the pins, you can manipulate what's going on here. That's all it is. Once you understand what's going on here in terms of the pins and your board, you can pretty much manipulate the configuration to any desire that you have. As long as you know, like I said, you understand what's going on here, it becomes pretty easy. So I just wanted to do that real quick. So you're just messing with pins. As far as the 2.4 setup, if you notice, let me get off of this one. As far as the 2.4 setup, you notice I have MCU right here. This is the main board. This is the SKR Pro. And then I have MCU aux board. So this is the SKR E3 Mini. So I'm setting it up as an auxiliary board, okay? So the only thing that's running off of it is literally this right here, my extruder. So if you notice my extruder pin, I have to say aux board. If this is not here, Clipper don't know exactly what board you're running this off of, okay? So you have to put in front of all the pins which board it's running from. So since I'm using the extruder from the E3 Mini, I have to put aux board in front of the pin so you know which pin it's corresponding to. All right, so it's pretty easy. Once you understand this part, you can manipulate this as much as you want, and everything becomes just like boom, like you figure it out. Like, so that's why I recommend anybody doing Clipper to start from a fresh config. Do not use anybody else's config. Start from a fresh config, because then when you learn it, it's hard to unlearn. Once you figure it out, you're like, oh, okay, I know what this does, and it's easier. Versus if I give someone my config and they're fresh to Clipper, they might not know what's going on in it. They might not know, okay, what is this? What does this do? You know what I'm saying? So it's best to kind of start from scratch, learn it yourself, and then once you get familiar with it, then you can get configs from other people. Then you can borrow configs and then manipulate a config, because then you know what's what in it, how things are set up. You can remove what you want, add what you want. So, you know, that's just my advice. Do it from scratch. Follow the direction, you know, learn it yourself, and then once you get familiar with it, then you can start messing with other people's config, or, you know, active config. But I taught myself this through and through. Nobody taught me. I just read the documents myself, Google search all kind of answers, and you know, and figure it out all on my own. So it's not hard. I promise you, it's not hard at all. But anyways, let's get back to what I was doing here. I was doing something, and I know I was looking for something. Yes, I was supposed to add this. Yes. So let's go back here and copy some stuff. I want to copy this. Copy this stuff here. And we're going to move it to this. Okay. You know, actually, max Z velocities, I could increase that, you know, because I'm using belts. So I'm going to put 5 there because I can increase that and make it a little faster. I'm using belts, so, you know, a little bit more zippy. All right, that's all I wanted to do. So, save, restart. All right, let's change back the view. All right, let's create a, while this is preheating, let me actually create another preset here. Larger gear, smaller rotation distance. Smaller gear, larger rotation distance. Same size gear with larger rotation distance. Under extrude. Larger rotation distance equal. Smaller rotation distance equal over extrude, I think. Oh, alright, stands out. Yeah, I just took out the gear. I just did it without the gear. I mean, the gearing, honestly, with the rotation distance stuff, I hate that clipper involved with this stuff. I honestly preferred the steps per millimeter way. To me, that was easier to calculate. It was just more efficient because I could just set whatever I wanted, calculate it, and get the correct thing. With the gearing involved, with the rotation, this thing, and the gear ratio, it's kind of annoying. I mean, I'm not a software guy, a firmware guy by any means, but I just think that that's a more of an annoying feature than anything else. So I just took out the gear and calculated my own rotation distance, and that came out accurate. So it's just a little easier for me than to put the gearing. Yeah, so let's go ahead and what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna preheat and create a configuration profile for this in Cura, because I haven't yet. Let you guys see what I'm doing here. So I know some of you guys are like, Pruz Slicer and Super Slicer. Listen, man, I'm gonna stick with what works for me, and I like Cura. Cura just, it's simple to use. I'm so used to it. I've tried other slicer. I even had Pruz Slicer installed the other day. Actually, I actually uninstalled it day before yesterday. I add Pruz Slicer on here, and I went ahead and I added the Ender 3 profile. And just after going through the stuff and the settings, I'm like, this is not Cura. Like, this is so confusing. Like, everything in it. Listen, this is not too bad. This is not too bad, my Pruz Slicer. It's a great slicer. I've seen some great results from it. Nothing's wrong with it. What I'm saying, for me, the navigation of where the settings are confusing. For example, I can come right here and everything is here. I don't necessarily have to click on. You know, if I need more features, I just click on settings, this gear, and then I add it on here, and it comes down here. With Pruz Slicer, I have to click on something, and then there's a whole bunch of settings going on. I'm like, man, I can't. I tried, guys. I tried. I really tried. I can't figure it out. So it's Cura for life right now. I tried it, man. It's just confusing. But let me go ahead and create a new printer, add a printer. I like to use the Creality, I like to use their profiles. Their profile is well-rounded. It works really well. I don't like the Voron profile on in Cura. It doesn't work as well as I thought it would. So I'll let you guys see what I'm doing here a little bit. Okay. 300 by 300 by... What's the height of the Z? I don't even remember the height of this. Isn't it 300 millimeter too? I'm pretty sure it is. Marlin is fine. Set that to 0. Yes, I'm gonna be doing input shaper, Dippy. Yeah, I'm doing all that tonight. So stick around. I'll be doing, like, pretty much I'm doing full on tuning tonight, and then hopefully I can get a couple prints in. But we have some time. Today's my Friday. On Thursdays I'm off, so I'm off all day tomorrow too. So today's my Friday, and plus I'm trying to make up back for Sunday, guys. I'm so sorry about Sunday. Like I said, you know, my mom passed away, and I just wanted to be there for her, so that's why I didn't stream on Sunday. Plus I also didn't want to do all that wiring rat mess, that hot mess of wiring on stream. That would have been a hot mess. So yeah, I didn't want to do all of that, so that's why I didn't stream on Sunday. And but that's why I'm gonna stream a little longer tonight, so don't worry, you guys will get to witness all of this fun stuff. Ideal Maker is great. I've tried it. It's not bad. That will be the other slicer I'll go for if I ever ditch Cura. It'll be Ideal Maker. I actually tried it. The layout is not too bad. I can understand the layout on Ideal Maker. But Pruz Slicer and Super Slicer, they need to fix that layout, man. It's not for me. The layout needs to be up front. It's weird. It's just, you gotta click on a bunch of weird stuff. So, you know, yeah, so. But I know they're good slicers too, so I'm not gonna, you know, complain about them. Marlin. Apply. Yeah, that's fine. Okay, that's fine. Next. Okay. So we gotta fix this. Where are we? Sheen settings. We gotta fix this. So we gotta delete all of this, I think. Then we gotta go back and copy some stuff. So like, I'm gonna delete these two. Delete that. And go ahead and use my Voron 1.8. Copy some settings. So I'm gonna copy this. So I don't need none of this. I don't need that. I need the bed mesh. I don't need Z tilt. I need the G28. Don't need Z tilt. I need to do a QGL. So I gotta go to my cheat. Where are you? There we go. Copy this here. Put this right here. So quad gantry level, bed mesh calibrate, then G28. Then I'm gonna increase this to 5mm because I don't know how far off the front I'm gonna go. So yeah, let's do 6. I'm just gonna go 6mm out here. 6mm, and remove this. Don't need that. And so so what I'm doing right now, guys, I use the slicer to do my start and NG code. I do not like to put a bunch of start and NG code into my configuration. I know some people do that, and that's cool. You just put a macro here and it does the call out. But I like my configuration clean. So all that's in my configuration is only the stuff that's necessary for my printer to perform. So that's like, you know, what that's quad gantry leveling, Z tilt, bed mesh, like all of the stuff that are very important for my printer to do. But outside of that, I do not want any of my start encode or NG code in my config. I'd rather my slicer do the job in that case. And with Cura, it works perfectly fine. Any call out I want to put in, I just throw it in there, and I know it's gonna start with it and end with it. So, you know, to each your own. You don't have to do what I do, but I just find it easier to just drop in the call outs inside of the slicer. It just makes it that much easier to do instead of trying to figure out what to put in the config and making it big and, you know, make it huge, a huge config for no reason. So for me, the config need to be clean, tidy, only for just the pins and the macros and all the stuff that are necessary for the printer to perform. But as far as start and NG code needs to be in the slicer, in my opinion. That's how I do it. Just makes the job easier. So now I'm got to get the NG code here. Activate this. Copy all of this here. And go back to this. Activate. Alright, so I need this config, but I'm not going to use it right now. So I'm going to remove it until I need it. I'm going to remove this. Machine Depth X300Y. Yeah, that's correct. Bed mesh clear. Yeah, everything looks good. Anything I'm missing down here? Just making sure everything is corporate set before I go ahead and print. Okay, everything looks good. Okay. Let me see, quality, walls. Hide seam. I like it in the back. That's fine. Auto wall compensation. I usually use this, but it's fine. I'm not worried about these things. Connect and fill lines. I'm gonna increase this. I'm gonna make it default to my ABS print temperatures to make sure it's set there. Speed. Oh, we're gonna increase this. This sucker gotta be fast. I'm going for 200 out the rip. I'm not gonna print at 200, guys. Don't worry, not right now. I gotta do my input shaper and all that. I'm just setting it for 200. I also like to have Cura do my control here in this case. But right now I'm about to print a. Let me set what I want first before though. I know 7. Travel acceleration can be insanely fast, so we don't need to worry about that. Actually, you know what? They claim this sucker is fast, so we're gonna do 12,000. I'm gonna do that. Travel acceleration there. And okay, if you guys are having major ringing, this is another tip. If you're having major ringing, even after you do input shaper, to keep your outer wall clean, you're going to reduce this. So it says outer wall acceleration. I think this is also available in the rest of the slicers. But for outer wall acceleration, you can lower this. You don't have to have it at 7K. You can just, you know, depending on how harsh your ringing is, you can actually lower this. Sometimes I lower this to 2 grand. And basically, once it hit the outer wall, it's still going to print at 100 millimeter. It's just going to lower the acceleration to that. Okay, so it's going to lower it to like 2 grand. But the only way it affects the outer wall. And keep in mind, you can make everywhere fast. You can print everything else fast. But when it comes to your outer wall, if that's where the ringing is, don't be afraid to reduce your acceleration if you need pretty prints. Now, if you don't care, you can leave it at 7 grand and get some ringing in it. If it's minor ringing, that's fine. But I like pretty prints. I like to have a very clean print. So if I have to reduce my outer wall up to like this, if I have to even bring my outer wall to like that, to a miserable 500 millimeters, I will do it. I will reduce my outer wall to 500 millimeters to make sure those outer walls are super clean. That's just me. But everywhere else can be fast. You know, infill can be fast. The inner wall can be fast. The travel can be fast. But when it comes to the outer wall, I will lower it just to make sure the outer wall is very clean. I mean, you're still going to save a ton of print time anyways, just because it's going to be zitting back and forth, except when it hits the outer wall, it's going to slow down a bit, just because, you know, this is what you said. But outside of that, you know, this is a good way to reduce some of the ringing on the outer wall of your print. Just a tip. But of course I won't leave this like this because I haven't done input shaper yet. I'm just setting the profile for this real quick. We're direct drive, so, and I'm using a Fadus Dragonfly in this case. Let's set this to 0.5. I'm going with 0.5 right now. Retract and layer change, retraction speed. Let's bring it to 50. Minimal travel. That's fine. I leave it at default. Avoid printed parts. Avoid Z-hop when retracted. I usually use Z-hop, but since we're using belt here, I can probably throw Z-hop on here. I can actually throw Z-hop on here since, you know, we're using belt, and it should be much quicker on the Z-hops. Cooling fan, let's turn this down to 30. So maximum for me is 30. We'll make it 50. But then my maximum fan speed is usually about 30. That's what I print at. Layer time can be 1 second literally. And bed adhesion skirt, I usually like 5 lines, but I'm gonna leave 3 lines in this case. I usually do 5 lines just to make sure I get it down. You know what? Let me do 5 lines just to make sure I get everything down. This is another trick too as well. So if you want a good eye resolution, your printer is capable of doing it. I set all of this. So maximum resolution, maximum travel resolution, and maximum deviation, I set all to 0.5 on everything. That's what improves your print quality as well. Just a little tip there. Arc welder is a must. I like arc welder. It's actually, I haven't even put that in my thing. And enable coasting, bridging speed. Let's put this to 30% fan, just because, you know, if you're doing ABS, but since this case review PTG, I'm just leave it at 50. And all right, we're just gonna save this. Create profile from current settings. We're gonna name it V 2.4 Joker Fast. Okay, and that saved the settings, so it's all up there now. So now it's saved, and now I want to match the color, so I'm gonna go here. I could go with 3 colors here, but I'm gonna go with green on this one. So if I go to manage material, I can do custom material. Actually, I can just do create custom material. We're gonna do this nice strong green. Material type, doesn't matter, I'm just naming it ABS because that's what's mostly what I'm going to be printing. Alright, so that looks good. Alright, I really need to home this printer. I've having it sitting here for a minute now. Oh snap, that was fast. Why is that so fast? That was really fast. I need to change that. Did y'all see how fast that thing hit the Z and stop? I need to change that. Good Lord. I hope it didn't break anything. Yeah, we gotta fix that. That hit the ZM stop a little too quick. And I think because I did it here. The velocity. I think that's exactly what caused that. Jeez. Alright, I'm gonna change the velocity. I mean, dang, that's fast as hell. Yo, it hit the ZN stop really fast. That was too fast. All right. Let's do it again. There we go. Yeah, that was too fast, man. All right. So now we got to go to. And download this. Okay. All right, so wall count. How was this go? So, was it? No, this is setting 4 walls. Like I'm printing ABS. No, what's the default? Is this single line? Use high speed, example 0 infill, coarse layer height, around 75, yeah, make dynamic, okay. So, I really need to finish my dinner, Kenneth. I've been running my mouth, my dinner is sitting here getting cold. Stuff my face here a little bit. Okay, yes. So I am using the ABN blower, Kenneth. It is. I'm not using the 2-piece version. I know some people take the 2-piece and they use a 2-piece version. I'm just using the 1-piece. So it's one flat face. I like it a little bit better. Of course, to take it apart, you use you unbolt the 4 screws. But I mean, to each your own. I mean, I do like the original afterburner where you flip up the hot end fan. But I know this just looks much nicer without messing with it, you know. So, but yes, I'm using the ABN blower. I really love it. Really, really love it. Absolutely a must. All right. Top layers, 0. Bottom layers, let's do 3 because we want to start this low. Doesn't say anything about bottom layer, so I guess we'll just leave it at 4. Infill 0. Changes the bed to 80 degrees. gonna leave flow alone. We're gonna do a 100mm print speed all around. We're gonna disable this. Slow layers, I usually do one. I hate doing multiple slow layers. I usually try to get it down the first time and make it go as fast as possible. And in this case, I'm gonna increase fan feed to 50 since I'm printing PETG. I'm gonna put layer time. I'll leave layer time at 1 second. You know what? Let me go the clipper route. I'm gonna go 3 seconds on the layer time, and everything else should be good. Just preview. Okay, so that's where my seam is. So, okay. You do vase mode? Does it matter, Clippy? I thought about doing vase mode. Does it work still? I can always do a single line wall too. Like, I don't have to do double, right? I don't necessarily have to do, you know, let's do a single line wall. I don't think I have to do 2 walls. Oh, my bad. Yeah, I can do a single line. I don't have to do double. Make it be like vase mode here. Alright, so just to go over my settings again, quality, walls 1, 0 bottom, 0 infill, 250 nozzle, 80 degrees bed, speed 100, acceleration disabled, cooling 50, minimum layer time 3 seconds. All right, that looks good. So I'm gonna go ahead and you know what? I've seen people with a 2-piece Kenneth. I'm not sure where to find that. Have you tried looking to the Clipper Mod website? Let me see if I can drop it down in the comments for you. Try look here. Try looking. Let me give you a link here. Try see if you can search this website here. Hold on. You might find it there. Try that. Try that website there and see if you can find it. If not, I can always hunt around for you and see if I can find it. I will link you next stream. All right, so let's prep the bed. So let me raise my. Got to do one more thing. Let me configure. Let me configure this Moonraker plugin here too. I gotta add my plugin. So let's go here, manage printer, connect, copy and paste. Why would it do that? Come on. Alright, so that should connect it directly now to my thing. Okay, and then I got let's move this up about 100 millimeters so that way I can clean the bed real quick with some alcohol. There we go. All right, here comes the printing time, boys. Let's see how this thing behaves. Get my alcohol. I know the bed is hot, but I'm still gonna spray it on here in the PEI sheet. The bed is well hot now. Wipe off the nozzle a little bit. Get any gunk left on here. All right. First print. First print. Okay, so we're going to. Sorry, guys, I gotta verify the settings. Make sure I don't do any mistakes. Material, speed. Yep. Travel. Yep. Cooling. Yep. Alright, good. Oh, see, I almost forgot. I knew there was something I forgot. I would have screwed up right there and then and embarrassed myself. I almost forgot this plugin this year. Arc welder. I almost forgot the arc welder. This here would have caused a massive issue. Almost forgot. I knew there was something on my mind. That would have caused a massive issue. Let's put arc welder where? Let's put it on the extruder, so I know it's there. Actually, I can just put it above, in between. There we go. Save and restart. That would have, if I didn't put the arc welder there, guys, when I try to go print, my extruder would be doing some very weird things. Like, I mean, some very strange things if you don't put that underneath there. All right, there we go. All right, now we're good. And now we can auto ohm all, and then we can go ahead and hit the print button. All right, let me lower this thing so you guys can kind of see what's going on here. All right. So before I do this, I gotta copy the commands. Not here. So I gotta copy this. Paste. And then copy, since we're direct drive. Paste. There we go. Now we can hit print. Here goes. Yes. There we go. Here we go. First print. You better not embarrass me today. All right, QGL. So what I think about the Onyx, to answer your question, Kenneth, is it's a very interesting printer. I'm very intrigued by it because of how it's set up. It doesn't have any rail backing, but you know what makes it rigid? You have two rails across each other. So, you know, like some people use like single rails, like you have a single rail. But you have two rails across each other like this. So you have supporting rails, and then you have the extruder encapsulating those two rails. So you do have some rigidity there. especially if I think the K2 is using MGM12. Don't remember what the K3 was using, but I really like the kinematics. The kinematics is set up to print fast. Like if you just look at the overall machine, you can tell it's meant to print fast. It's using some beefy ass stepper motors. So, you know, and again, like just the fact that you can daily print at 2500K at 250 accelerator. Oh man, I gotta have one of them. Gotta have one. Like, just impressive alone within itself. So that's why. Now, I've built majority of the Vorons. Again, don't get me wrong. I love the Vorons. They print fast enough, decently fast. They're aesthetically appealing. I really like them. But when it comes to printing fast, the Voron has its limits. By physics. Like, it has its limits. Like, this thing, you know, pushing 8K, 9K is pretty good. But notice when you start going about 25K and further, it rattles a lot. It rattles really, really bad. And I don't know what necessarily caused the rattling, even though it's heavy. It just rattles a lot. And I don't know if because of the gantry of how things are floating, but it rattles a lot. And that's its limitation. Whereas just if you look at how the K3 is set up, it's the way the head moves, it's just, yeah, different beast. This different beast of a printer. So I don't know. I gotta build one, man. I will build one on this channel. I'll be the first one to build one live stream. You know, I want to do something different content. So I think you guys will find fun with building a K3. And who knows? By the end of it, you guys might want to build yourself a K3 too. So I gotta get some funds going. I should start buying some of the parts by next week. Just slowly start acquiring some parts for it. But yeah, K3 next. I want to build a K3. So it's doing this quad gantry level here. So fingers crossed. Yes, Dippy. Fingers crossed. Hopefully this thing don't. I'm gonna stick next to the this LCD screen just in case my extruding distance is a little high. But let's see what happens. Let's see what it's doing down here. It's close. It's like 0.0225. So it's almost there. Now, like I was mentioning, you like me, I have some patience, so I don't mind it. I don't mind it waiting for it to reach the tolerance I set. Now, if you want to print faster than this, if you don't want to see you doing this quad gantry level, like you're totally impatient to wait, you can set your tolerance a little higher. So you can set your tolerance to like 0.1 or 0.2. But keep in mind, if you set your tolerance that way, you won't get a flat, it won't level out quite all the way to your bed. So you might still be compensating a little bit for that, for it not being completely squared. So, but for me, I'm totally patient. I don't mind it doing its thing until it's totally flat and then start printing. So. Hey, come on. Almost there. Like a little kid in a candy store, guys. I'm so excited. I did this with the V1.8 too when I first built it and set the first print. It's a good feeling. But to see that I could build this from scratch, I was so intimidated building this printer. But come to find out, the only intimidating part is like the wire management. That's it. The mechanics is pretty easy. So yeah, first print live. I'm excited. Come on, baby. We're almost there. Like level out of 15 tries now. Come on. I bet you it's gonna wait until the last moment to do this. To like straighten out. Oh, come on. It won't budge now. And it was hitting the flat bed earlier, and then now it wants to act up. Come on, hit that point too. Ah, it increased back up. It's gonna fail. Yep, see? I spoke too soon. I figured it was gonna fail. See, this, I'm glad this happened so you guys can see. So this is why I increased the retries. So, because my tolerance are pretty tight that I'm setting. So, you have to increase the retry. You have to increase the retries. Like, come on. You can do this. You can do it. It might hit it this time now. It might hit it this time. Close, close, close. It got close. Alright, you know what I'm probably going to do? Since it won't hit a flat bed all the time, and I see that it's hitting 0.005 a lot, so that means I can just increase my tolerance from 0.02 to 0.05, because I know it's going to hit that more often. Though it won't be flat, it will still be right within the tolerance I set. Now it finally dropped down a little further. Hey, listen, guys, we're talking about 0.2 difference here, like 0.2 difference here. Not a big difference, but I'm very anal about it, so I feel good when I see all 0, 0, 0, 0 on the bed, you know. It's cutting close. Come on, almost there. Me too, Kenneth. Can't wait to stream it. Come on. If it fails again, I'll increase the tolerance. I'll just increase it to 0.005. Okay. Alright guys, I'm just going to increase the tolerance here because I don't feel like I'm not going to sit there and let it go all the way through. Let me see if they finish this one and then I'm just going to increase the tolerance. on it. So that means my Z probe, the offset I said earlier, is going to be a little bit off because it was based on a complete 0000 flat bed. So if I increase it to 0.005, it's gonna, my offset is gonna be affected just a little bit, like a smidgen. Yeah, if it doesn't change, I'll just go ahead and increase it. Ah, so freaking close. Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna increase it. Still hasn't hit it. Yeah, it's not going to hit it. All right, I'm going to cancel this. And then I'm going to just emergency stop. I know. I shouldn't do that. I know you're going to bark at me. Okay. All right. I've increased the tolerance. Let me go back and set back the temperature. PTG. Let me go back and copy these things here. And then we're going to hit print. All right. I didn't go to. I went to 00.25 instead of the 005. I'm just really still trying to keep it as flat as possible here. Okay, so let's see what happens. You know what I find funny too, guys? And this is why it's important to put the Z tilt and the quad gantry level in your config. The motor, as soon as the motors lose power, especially on the Z drives, look how quick it got out of sync. Now we're starting back all the way from 0.2. That's how much out of sync it dropped just from restarting and lose power to the motor. All that tension build up, it just dropped the whole gantry out of sync, which is why it's important to run with these with the QGL or Z tilt. Like I said, you don't have to do it as aggressive as I am. I'm just really aggressive about it. So, but I could lighten up and I would have been starting to print already. But I'm super anal about these things, so I just kind of made it a bit aggressive. But it's down to 0.06 right now, so it's making progress. Down to 0.04. Hey Mark, it's been a while, dude. It's about time you show up, man. You already know, man. I'm on a building spree. Hey, blame Nero. Nero was the one that exposed me to all of this goodness. Oh, forgot to mention while I'm here, because I'm processing while I'm watching this thing, going through its little thing here. I didn't use the Voron config for my 2.4. I made a from scratch config for my 2.4. I didn't want to use anything from the Voron. Same thing with my 1.8. Only reason why, I just don't like the way they lay out in the config. Like, I mean, I know they section it out, like they have like stepper motor, you know, your bed, all that stuff. Basically, they try to set it up like Marlin, so you can kind of hashtag out what you need depending on the build size of that specific printer you went with. I don't like that. So I just went with a from scratch config. I like the you know, I like to build my config from scratch because I know exactly what I put in it, how it's set up, and so, but I mean, for those who are not familiar with a config, it's a good thing to just use one of the Voron pre-config. But I just like to build mine from scratch. It's more fun that way, you know. It's like the full experience. You build a printer from scratch, you build your own config from scratch. It's a full-on experience. It's really good. There we go. Now it's bed leveling, guys. Here's the first print. Here we go. I gotta watch this nozzle, see if this nozzle is too low or too high. I also want to take a look at this bed. So let's see what this bed look like. Alright, man, the last one here. See what my bed look like. It's not a bad bed. It's not too terrible. Could be improved, but I'm not mad about it. It's not too bad. Here we go. And just the right height, actually. A little low. A little bit on the low side, but let me see. Offset. Oh, it's low. Yeah, it's a little low. Yeah, it was a little low. I mean, it kind of dig into the PEI just a little bit. It was just a little low. So I'm going to increase it just some more. It digged into the PI just a little bit, and it's PETG, so I know it's going to stick a little hard, but I'm just going to have to scrape it a little bit. I think I can come up just a little bit more than nozzle. Let me do. A little bit more. See, now I'm doing live baby adjusting right now. I'm just kind of live adjusting it. I'm just watching the nozzle. It looks good, so I'm not going to touch it anymore. All right. Looking good. We're printing. We're doing the damn thing, guys. Yes, sir. You know, I'm gonna have this moment and say, guys, I'm very proud of myself to only doing. I've only been doing 3D printing for about what? So, I got my first printer last April. So a little bit over a year. A little bit over a year I got into 3D printing. And look what I've accomplished. In 1 year, I've built Vorons. I've learned Marlin. I've learned Clipper. I learned how to tune. Yeah, in 1 year, I'm proud of myself. I'm absolutely proud of myself. Absolutely proud of myself. So I can't complain. Yeah, yes, yes, Dippy. I throw in the pressure advance code. I re-plug it back in before I hit print. So yeah, it's going. Still a little low to me, but I'm gonna crank it up just a little bit. Still a little bit low. That looks better. That looks better. Yeah, bed is not too bad. I can work with that. That's not a terrible bed at all. Just a little high up in the front there. In the back, it's a little low. So it's not really bad. Could be flatter, but overall, it's not a bad bed at all. It's not bad. Let me compare it to my. Oh, okay. See this bed? Here's a funny part about this. I want to show you guys something. I'm gonna show you guys something. And so the Voron guys recommend not to use 6061 aluminum. You're supposed to be using cast aluminum or ATP5 or something like that. I guess they're similar. All right. So what you're seeing on there, what I bought is a 8mm thick cast aluminum from AliExpress. I can't remember the company I got that from, but that's what I'm using on it. I'm pretty impressed by it. It's again, it's not the flattest bed because you know once you put heat underneath these aluminum, they tend to warp just a little bit. But I guess with cast aluminum, it tend to warp a lot less. And I'm pretty impressed by this. This is, I guess I'm guessing this is like MI6 plate or whatever cast plate. Now, this bed that you're looking at right here, this is my 6061 aluminum. Just regular 6061 is 6mm thick. Look how flat that is. That is not bad. So if you compare them, look at the comparison. Okay, we're like 0.2 at the lowest and 0.2 at the highest. Okay, look at my Voron Legacy, 0.2, 0.1 at the highest. So it's not a bad bed. So even though they're saying don't use 6061 aluminum, I went ahead. I listen. It was cheap. It was only $29 for a 2-pack off Amazon. And look, I struck gold. It's not bad. It's not bad at all. So I'm just saying. And if you look at the flatness of the bed, look, it's like it's almost flat. Like it's just a little bit of dip right here on the mesh. Just a bit of a dip right there in the mesh when you look at it. But it's pretty good. Not bad. So yeah, just wanted to point out the difference there. Not bad at all.
I need to put a an offset in Cura to bring it forward. So I need to put like a negative offset to move on the Y to move the Y axis forward a little bit. I know I could put a probe offset in, but I prefer doing it through Cura, man. It's just easier. So I can put a negative 10, and that should push it forward a little bit, and that should put it right in the center of it. So happy it's printing, man. Yo, those fans are blowing good amount of air, so I know airflow is coming across because I can feel mad wind on this side. So those fans are pushing quite a bit of air across the electronics, which I'm happy about. So I know nothing's gonna get really hot in here. Z motors are a bit warm. I'm running them at 1,000 millivolts, so we'll see how hot they get over time. Yeah, they're running a bit warm on the Z. Yeah, it's a little bit warm, not too bad.
Hey, it works. That's all you need to print ABS in, man. You just need a cardboard box. It gets decent amount of ambient temperature in there, and it will print ABS. Nice. I can't wait to see a 2.4, Kenneth. It's. I don't know. Now that I have both of the, well, all three Vorons, well, 5. I just don't have the V0. That's the only thing I don't have, the V0. After building the major boys, I can fully say, based on this building them, the one I enjoy the most building is the V1.8. I don't know why. For some reason, I enjoyed building the 1.8. It was a fun build, and it's more. I don't want to sound weird, but the V1.8 seems more thought out. You know, like the way it's enclosed, the way it looks. It's just so much more. I don't know, man. I'm trying to find a word to say to not really, but to me it just seems proper, like the proper printer. Like the way it's enclosed, everything's enclosed, nothing, you know, you can easily route wires, it's hitting in the back, it's so thought out. Now, I'm not saying the 2.4 is not thought out either, don't get the wrong idea. I'm just saying, when I look at the 2.4 and look at the 1.8, the 1.8 just seems like a proper printer. Like the way it is, the way everything is thought out on it. It just seems well put together, whereas the 2.4, even though it seems like a lot of pieces, when it comes to enclosing it, it's not as... Let me find a word. It's not as easy to hide the wires when you're trying to run certain things, like the lights or whatever. Where I see I can run the lights on a 1.8 and it's hidden in the back. Everything's kind of like in its own little shell. Here, everything is run from underneath. So when you enclose it, you just don't have a lot of space at the top to work with. Whereas you have a lot of space at the top on the 1.8 to work with. So, you know what I'm saying? I guess I can see the trade-offs, but I really do enjoy the 1.8 build. Like, I definitely recommend it as as one of the nicest Voron printers out there. It's just nice. It's just a nice little box. So yeah, the cost. So I go through my printer costs, all of them, while I'm here, and we can talk. For those who want to talk, because we can kind of reason. So the switch wire conversion is pretty cheap. Converting the Sunlu S8 switch wire, you really don't require much. You only needed linear rails to convert the switch wire. So the switch wire is the cheapest bill for me, because all I did was get the 5 linear rails, 2 for the bed, 2 for the Z, and 1 for the X-axis. So 5 in total. That didn't cost me more than $150 for the linear rails in total off Amazon, if not pushing $200. The printer itself was already $250. So if you add the cost, it's like $500 in total. But if you exclude the printer costs, it's only $200 upgrade to convert any setup into a switch wire. Like like an Ender 3 into a switch wire. Now you can spend more if you're trying to do like a lot more on the switch wire. Like if you're trying to like go Bowden or dual print edge setup or something like that. But honestly, the switch wire conversion is the cheapest. So in total, I spent about $500, roughly $500 on the switch wire. On the Voron Legacy comes in the next place. I spent. It was $350 for the X5SA that I converted, and then I paid an additional So I paid an additional $300. It's clicking, guys. I hear clicking. I might have to increase the voltage again, but I hear clicking, so let me see what's going on. I'll see when it's done, but I hear clicking. For the Voron Legacy, I paid a total of $650. 300 and some change for the actual printer itself, and then the actual $300 I spent in like rods and other little things that I might need, extra extrusion, and those are the things to put. So in total it costs, just call it $600 for the Voron Legacy. And then for the 1.8, I spent $800, almost $850 on that one. It wasn't too bad. It's actually cheaper 1.8. Most 1.8 costs more than that, depending on how far you're taking it. And then the V2.4 is the most expensive. It cost me $1,100. I'm shocked. It cost me as much as my PC, which my PC is pretty pricey. My PC is a little bit more pricey. My PC is about $2,700. But the Voron 2.4 cost me $1,100. Pretty pricey printer. Pretty expensive printer, I'm not gonna lie, because you just need so much more parts for it, just a lot more parts, especially linear rails, little intricate parts that you need, the motors, the bed. It costs a lot more parts. It cost me about $1,100 for the 2.4. I'm a little concerned about the clicking. And the reason why I'm concerned, because this is the only printer that's using the new Toolhead. Apparently they did an update to the BMG gearing, the way the BMG sits on the in the clockwork housing. So I'm using a new modified clockwork housing, and while it works great, I'm a little concerned it's what's causing my clicking. Because I'm using the older clockworks and it's fine. So Yeah, it's expensive. If I should tell you the total cost of all my printers, YouTube won't even be able to pay me back unless I hit like couple thousand subscribers, man. If I should told you the total cost in printer spending, this is just a rough draft out of my head. So for my enders, all the modification, the Sunlu S8s, all the modifications, like to these. Between last year and this year, I've owned 9 printers. And between all 9 printers, with all the moddings and all the stuff I've spent, I've easily spent $7,000 in printer parts. It's insane. Like, you don't realize how much it adds up. But I've spent between last year and this year, I've spent $7,000 in printer parts. Very expensive hobby. It gets very expensive very fast. Now, the only difference is that it's not as bad as PC, because a PC build costs a lot more. You know, you can easily turn around and spend $3 grand on a PC in one go, and it's just one PC. Whereas on a printer, for the same $3 grand, you can easily own 3 Vorons or 3 different 1.8. You know, but in total from last year, all the spending I've done, it's easily over $7,000 worth of printer parts. So. Yeah, yeah, Dippy, yep. Yep. Good thing I have a decent job. Because they're not going to afford this stuff. I couldn't afford this stuff if I didn't have a decent job. Like something that pays decently and allow me some free play. But then again, I also have a great wife. I know I stressed on here, but I have an amazing wife that allows me to have fun with these things. You know, some women would never allow you to buy one printer, much less 2. You know, and she allowed me to buy a whole bunch. You know, so that's, you know, it's credit to her to allow me to spoil myself here. So. I know it's getting late, so all who are signing off, will catch you on the flip side. For those who are staying, you know, I just got a few more things to do regardless. I'm just going to let the stream keep running, and I'll just end it when I end it, you know. Corners look amazing. However, I'm getting skipped steps, which is weird. Like slightly under extruding from it. The extruder's pretty warm. Yeah, that sucker is toasty. Looks good though. The wall looks good, other than some gaps because of it looked like it was under extruding a little bit. It's still knocking. I'm gonna have to try to figure out what's going on with that part. But in terms of the print quality already, I'm already impressed with the single wall. Looks really good. Let me get my Oh, Kenneth. Yeah, in the U.S., I got most of my stuff in the U.S. Kenneth. Um, it's a little pricier from Amazon, but of course I could have let the bill be a little cheaper if I just buy some of the stuff from AliExpress. But me, I'm just not willing to wait. Like some of the stuff on AliExpress, if I have no choice to get it from there, I would. Like for example, the belts, the 180 millimeter belts for the Z drive are the same 180 millimeter belts that you use for the M4 extruder. Like those, I couldn't find on Amazon, and when I find them, they were always like out of stock. So I ordered a whole bunch of them from AliExpress, so that way I don't have to reorder. I think I ordered like 200 of them or something like that. Yeah, it's excessive. I mean, I didn't need that much, but it's just good to have because I don't want to have to un for it. And since the M4 extruder uses it and the Z drive, and who knows what else Voron's gonna make that uses the 180 millimeter sink belt, I just ordered a bunch. Same thing with the little, what do you call it now? It's that little connector that's on the BMG that you plug your molding tube in. Can't remember. A collet? Yes, the collet. I got a whole bunch of collet from Triangle Labs as well, just because I don't want to run out of it. So I bought a whole ton. So when I don't have no choice, like those things that I can't get from Amazon, I just order from AliExpress and just deal with the wait time. But if I can find it on Amazon, it's gonna be a little bit more pricier, but I get it faster, and I don't want to have to wait. So the Voron Builds could be a little cheaper, but because I know that I don't like to wait, I just order everything off Amazon. So yeah. And the wires, I've made my own wires. I was also tempted to buy wires as well, especially seeing it on Nero's video, the wire loom, the red wire loom, and the black wire loom. But then when I went on the website and see the price for the wires, I was like, yeah, nah. I could buy wires off Amazon and run it myself. If it wasn't so expensive, I would have bought the wires. But at 150 euros, it's a little too pricey. So I just decided to run my own wires myself. It's just a little, because I'm thinking certain things are worth the money, but for convenience sake, I can see, and then all the effort the guys put into making that wire exactly to spec. I can see the price worth it being priced and worth that way. But just there's some things for me I just don't value enough, and like so what wire looms, while it's great, I just can't see myself buying that when I know I have the capability of making the wires. So I just end up just buying wires and making it myself. I'm using a mixture of PTFE wires and silicon wires. Yeah, PTFE and silicon. Yeah. Hey Giovanni, man, welcome, dude. Welcome. The build's going good. It's going great. I'm doing right now. I did some stuff in the beginning. I did a PDI tune. Did a bed PDI tune on the nozzle and then on the bed. Right now I'm printing a pressure advance to calibrate pressure advance. Already did my E-step for my extruder. And pretty much did some configuration stuff like set up QGL and a couple stuff like that. But yeah, it's going good. The build is going good. I'm pretty much happy with it. Only issue I'm seeing right now, my extruder is skipping a little bit. Not sure what's causing it. It hasn't skipped from the bottom yet. I'm not sure what's causing that, but I need to make sure that's not happening. But outside of that, it's pretty good. Look good. Hey, Broke. What's up, man? What's up, dude? Welcome to the stream, man. Alright, Victor, no problem, man. I'll see you around, buddy. No problem. We'll talk. Oh, Cloud Nexus, Kenneth? I'm not sure what that is, but that's interesting. I might have to look into that. The two-piece, see if I can research it. Pretty sure I can find something about it. Yes, Giovanni, I'm gonna be doing that next. So after I do the pressure advance, I have, I didn't even show you guys that, but I have, so I have, my wire loom. So I do have my ADO, XL45 here. So once I'm done with this and I set the pressure advance, I really shouldn't do pressure. Honestly, I shouldn't do pressure advance yet. I should really do this first, technically, especially because you're gonna have to redo your pressure advance anyways. So I really should have ran this first, but it's no big deal. I can always rerun the pressure advance after I do the tuning here. So I'm not really worried about it. But after this is done, I'm just going to get an idea of the pressure advance and then run the input shaper. And then get that done. So yes, I will definitely be doing input shaper tonight. Looks good though, I'm not going to lie. Other than the little gaps, let me get a light for you guys so you guys can see. Hopefully you guys can see it. It's huge, man. It's a very big printer, and it's heavy, bro. It's heavy. It's like, it feels like it weighs, with the bed and everything, this easily about 50 pounds. 50 pounds, 60 pounds. It feels about that. Yeah, 50, 60 pounds. It's pretty weighty. Let me grab a light. I want to see the quality of the printed surface here. Alright, I'm back. I'm back. Let's see. So, surface quality wise, looks good. Looks good actually, layer wise. Like the layer stacking looks really nice. I can see where the extruder was skipping. I'm not sure why it was skipping because it's not skipping now. But earlier it was skipping. So maybe, hopefully, whatever was causing the skipping, they stopped. Who knows? See some ringing. But that's to be expected because the input shifter isn't installed yet. But surface wise though, layer stacking wise, looks freaking fantastic. Wow, I'm impressed. I'm impressed. So yes, so broke, I did that for my Voron Legacy, I did the Fire tablet and then used the Fire toolbox to mod it, make it a full Android. It's really good. Did that on the Tronxy. So what I'm probably gonna do, even though I really like this light, this screen, I think this deserves a bigger screen. So what I'm probably gonna do is buy a Fire HD tablet as well, and then put it on here and remove this screen. Even though, like I said, even though I really like the look of this screen, I'm probably just gonna do that. Buy a Fire HD tablet and put it on here instead, and go from there. Yeah, that's exactly what I'm gonna do. So yeah, I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna probably put a 8-inch tablet. If not, I'll just get another 7-inch tablet, put on here, mount it, and I think that would look really good. So okay, no problem, buddy. Hey, welcome, Duppy. I appreciate the love, man. Depending on what's going on, I might be able to stream tomorrow. We'll see. We'll see. I might post something, but I appreciate the love, man. Take it easy and have a good night, man. Alright, we're getting close. Alright, so I can stop it right now because honestly, at this point, it's actually now going the opposite way. So I'm going to go ahead and pause it. There we go. Good. Pause right in the corner I wanted it. And I'm going to hit cancel. So at this point, it's already going past the point of no return here, so I'm gonna go ahead and let it cool down just a little bit and then pull it from the bed. So, but we can put an offset so it's slightly back, so maybe a 10mm offset. So offset the Y, so I'm gonna go ahead and put 10mm offset here. Is that what you do? To move it forward, you put a negative. To move it backward, you put positive. I'm gonna try negative first, and then if that's not the case, then I'll do it. Want to say right? I think this is what you do. All right, so. Alright, so let's see if we can pop it off without breaking it. I know the plate is still hot, but I'm brave. There we go, pop right off. Hey, you remember how they say PTG won't come off as easy? Look at this. That's PTG on PEI. So don't let nobody tell you PEI, PTG don't stick to PEI. Like they're saying they stick too well, they pop right off. See? Pop right off. So, and that's always been the case for me. Look at this. Come right up, look. Comes right off. So no, PTG sticks really nice to PEI, but it don't stick so well that you can't take it up. Comes right off. Alright, so I'm going to set the offset in my slicer real quick. So, we did a 270 millimeter slide offset. So we gotta go here, here, here. So calculate 0.580 minus 0.276, and that's my new offset right here. So we're gonna go ahead and remove that. That is our new offset. Save and restart. All right, there we go. All right, let's start installing stuff for input shaper. I'm not gonna calculate this yet because I just wanted to see what it looked like, but it looks pretty good. So you guys can see it. It's not bad. Walls are pretty even. See if I can find it there. There we go. Walls are pretty nice. Not bad at all. This is where the extruder was messing up. As you can see, the extruder was messing up here. But it's not bad. The walls are really clean though. Really nice walls. So all right. Let's install input shaper here. Okay, so we'll go to measure, let you guys see what I'm doing. Let y'all see what I'm doing here. That was fast. Oh, that's moving fast, yo. Usually this stuff takes a little bit to install, but it's moving quick. Okay. I don't think it matters. Alright, so that was all the installation. So we should be ready for input shaper here. So let me go ahead and flip over this printer. I still have filament installed, so I might have to let me cut the filament here so that way you can flip it over. That way I can plug the accelerometer in. Alright. It's a bit heavy, so don't laugh at me, guys. It's a bit awkward to flip over. It's very awkward to flip over. It's so darn heavy. Alright. Now you can see the guts. For those who didn't see the guts earlier, now you can actually see what underneath this mess look like. There you go. All this rat's nest going on here. But it works. Alright. Okay. So now, before I collect my accelerometer, I'm going to turn off the printer because I don't want to damage anything. And I'm going to connect this. It's yellow first, yeah, yellow, red, blue, green. So it's 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 10 down. I know this is kind of awkward because I could easily set it up where I can plug it all in once and not have to worry, but when I first did it, I kind of set it up color coordinated. So, yeah, I know there's an easier way, but I remember it out of my head. It's 10 down, starting from yellow, and then I remember all the color coordination. So,
So bit backwards, but it works. I don't intend to mount it permanently. I just want to run the input shaper, get an idea, and if I ever need to run it again, I'll run it again. It's not hard. I won't be enclosing the bottom yet quite away. I'm just going to enclose the outside of the printer first, like the regular, and then I enclose the bottom once I do my final optimization. So, 1, 2, that's ground. 3.3. Everything's connected. All right. Don't want it pulling out, so I'm gonna have to flip this over as carefully as possible. Don't make it awkward. So I'm gonna put this underneath here. All right. Here goes. Hopefully nothing slips off. And I can flip it over without causing any seam. Causing anything. All right. Here goes. So awkward to flip over. But there we go. Whew. All right. Got it flipped over. Got our accelerometer here. And let's screw it in. Hopefully it can reach. I don't know, might run into a problem if you try to screw it up like this. It gets pretty low when it homes, so let's see what happens. Get 60 millimeter. 60 millimeters. So how I mount my accelerometer, let you guys pay attention here. Let me fix this. So how I mount it is I put it on the lower part of the hotting fan. Scoot this chair over. There you go. Put it on the lower half here. And I use a 60 millimeter screw to kind of keep it in place. Hopefully when it homes it doesn't smack into the bed and cause any problem, but see what happens. 16. I know some people perma mount their accelerometer. I don't have time for that. I have an extra one, but this one accelerometer is perfect. I just plug it in when I need it, use it. You know, it's a little too low. It might actually smack. It might. You know what? Let me make it a little loose first before I adjust it. Because it might home and smack into the, when it homes, it might smack into the what's the name, and I don't want that. So before I answer the query, I'm gonna home it first, and then fix it, and then go from there. All right.
I've never seen anyone done a magnet mount. I think that'd be very cool to do. I'm looking online. I'm actively looking for an easy way to actually do the probe. But I don't want it permanent though. I don't want it permanently mounted. I just want it to be able just to use it when I need it, and just kind of put it, kind of just put it away. I'm gonna look if there's a solution out there to kind of, like you said, do the magnetic mount. I think that'd be very interesting to do. I think that'd be pretty cool to do because then it's just easier. Just clip it in place with a magnet. Boom, do what you got to do, and then that's it. Good solution, John. Let me see if there's someone out there that did that. I think that would be a good idea. Make sure it doesn't smack into this bed here. Oh, it definitely would have smacked. All right. Loosen this up. Set it where it needs to go. All right. Time for accelerometer check. So we're gonna go down here, copy this. Oh. So if it says invalid, that means something's not connected properly. And I hope it didn't slip out. We check underneath here, make sure nothing came out. Nope, nothing came out. So alright, buddy, no problem, bro. Take it easy, man. I was glad you were able to make it. Alright, what's causing that? Invalid. So I might need to make sure it's plugged in properly. Alright, let me tilt this, make sure this is in right. It's got some weight to it, so we tilt it under. No, it's connected. It's definitely connected. Okay. I don't think it matters if I'm running multiple MCU in this case. Because it connected, so... Maybe I tightened it up too much. Where's the... Try now. Let me see what it is. It's like it's not connected at all. So it's not this. Go back underneath here one more time. Check. Things are so fine, I can't tell where they are. Alright, let's try it again. Not sure why is it doing that. Almost like I didn't plug it in, but I did. So you need 5. Let me check my... CPU, CS pin, RPI none. It's the same thing over here. Yeah. I don't know, strange, yo. I doubt it's damaged, but well, that puts a damper on everything. Well, I tried, so I'll work on it, but I'm gonna end up calling it a night. I'll just try to figure this out behind the scenes. But I'm also getting tired myself. But anyways, I appreciate you guys. Appreciate you guys coming through as usual. You guys are freaking awesome. The fact that I get a few of you guys, and I'm well known of you guys coming to watch me, I really, really appreciate that. Like, it means a lot because it does encourage me to keep doing some live streaming, keep engaging and doing what I love. And you know, give a total different perspective from Nero. But yeah, but not to hold you guys up any longer, guys. I appreciate you guys, all 6 of you, or many of you watching still. I appreciate you guys. I will be doing a stream tomorrow. I don't know what time. Maybe around, depending on what goes on, maybe around, it could be early in the morning or it could be in the afternoon. Early afternoon. So like between, if it's not about 10 a.m., it's gonna be between 1 to 2 p.m. So just a little bit more earlier stream. That way we can finish kind of buttoning up stuff over here and start printing, you know, more stuff. But I'm gonna work on getting this thing, the accelerometer going, and then tomorrow I'll do a little stream and we can do a full-on print and have fun with it a little bit, and then yeah, call it a day. So, but yeah, guys, not to hold you up any longer. Thank you guys. Have a good night, and I'll see you at some point tomorrow. Just watch out for the stream, and yeah, peace out. Take it easy. Good night.